cold here now. So I think this should be a great first camp of the winter season of 2024. The view is great out here. You can see straight up on the glacier Folgefonna. So I'm not completely level, but this is fine, I guess. It's very cold outside. It's around minus 15 degrees Celsius. It's nearly 4:30 and it's getting dark. So let's set up here. Well, good morning. It's January 8th and I'm out on my big Arctic winter tour for 2024. Got my coffee. The first morning here now, just below this big glacier here, Folgefonna. It's been minus 10 to minus 15 degrees Celsius through the night. Pretty cold, but nothing crazy like it's been the past few weeks. We had minus 40 degrees Celsius, which is also minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, several places in the country. I think the lowest temperature that was measured was minus 49.7 degrees Celsius, which is minus 57 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty crazy. Anyway, I hope you will enjoy this season of my Arctic winter tour with my van. I'm gonna be out doing a lot of stuff. The goal is to head up to Lofoten and circle back through Sweden. I'm going to be above the Arctic Circle up there. The islands of Lofoten are really spectacular in winter, and there's a lot of aurora, northern lights up there and stuff, so that should be exciting. Right now I'm down in the southern part of Norway, and I'm going to start heading north now. The coffee in the van, that's something special. So I'm gonna put up the locations where I drive and my campsites that I like on a map that I post on my Patreon. And I also post that map here on the channel for members. If you want to see where my favorite camp spots are, you can find those on the maps on my channel membership page and also on my Patreon. I did a little last-minute upgrade to the van, just creating wind shield and cold shield for my radiator. It's something that's temporary that I'll put on if it gets too cold. It is crazy cold. The problem when it gets too cold is that the radiator doesn't generate enough heat to get the van warm inside while I'm driving. So that could be a problem if it drops below minus 15 degrees or minus 20 or around that ballpark there. I'm just using these strip ties here to hold it in place, and made it a little bit stronger with duct tape. And then it's actually fastened under the hood here. I want to say that I appreciate every one of you watching and really enjoy showing you these places up here. So I have a little thing I need to fix. That is this insulation here for this sunroof here. It comes with some rails that you're supposed to mount here. So you can just slide this in. I'm gonna put up these rails here and see I can make it fit. Might need to tighten it up a little bit more. So, looks like I ended up in some sort of a convoy here again. This is where I usually end up in a convoy. It's not because of snow and ice this time. It's probably because of some avalanche or some kind of incident on the road here with debris or something falling on the road, I guess. I'm not sure. What an absolutely beautiful afternoon. It's 3:30 now and the sun is going down. January 8th. And I'm up on Hardangervidda. It's just gorgeous up here. Very cold. -15. Just look at this scenery here. Just incredibly beautiful here now with this sunset here. Sky is colored pink. It's getting really cold. I hope you're enjoying this flight here. There's nobody up here, so it's pretty easy to do an automatic tracking with my drone. Okay, I think this will be camp. I'm right up here now on top of the Hardangervidda. It's a pretty low wind now, but it's gonna get incredibly cold up here. So the beauty of this cold is just stunning. The last time I was here about a month ago, there was a big snowstorm and I was parked up here in this massive blizzard. So, amazing place. It's 4 o'clock, the sun has gone down, and it's gonna get dark. Let's get warm. Get the heat on. Just took this outside. Hasn't started dropping yet. Just look at this beautiful view out my window here. Amazing. Love this camp here. Lunch, an apple. What a beautiful drive that was. Time to get some work done. Transferring some video material that I recorded yesterday and today. Great office today. Cold office. Actually, it's very comfortable in here, but outside it's pretty freezing. It's kind of weird. There was absolutely no wind on the forecast, but now it's really going off outside. This is a really exposed mountain plateau up here, so that happens from time to time, but I was definitely expecting calmer winds. The van is actually shaking. Actually, the temperature got warmer than was supposed to be. It's only like -9 now. That happens when the wind comes in usually. Anyway, it is time for dinner, and today I'm gonna make some sandwiches with serrano ham and pesto. Might put them in a pan and grill them with some cheese. Simple dinner, I guess. Pesto. Might as well celebrate that we're out here again. It's winter and it's January and it's cold outside and it's windy, and I got my light beer. So cheers, my friends, and thanks for tuning in again. Spanish serrano ham. Then let's top it off with some rucola. So people have been asking what I do about ventilation when I'm cooking. And you can see up here, I always open one of the sunroofs or a window so that dangerous fumes can get out. Of course, in this cold, it gets really cold. So trying to be quick about it. That's really good. Nothing to see.
Wait here. Thank you. Okay.
Well, good morning. It's day 3. It's a gorgeous morning. I got my coffee. It's been windy through the night, but the temperatures stayed around -10, so it didn't get too cold. Still could feel the wind kind of coming in through the joints and weak points of the van here, but that's okay. I stayed really nice, comfortable, cozy, and warm. Just looking out at this amazing landscape here. It's like being on the moon. I'm back up really close to where Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back was filmed. It was filmed at Hardangerjökull Glacier and Finse, which is basically right behind the camera here. Here's a drone shot where you can actually see Hardangerjökull. Coffee today is so good. I can feel the sun is warming up my van and myself a little bit. My Truma Combi 4 propane heater is not running as fiercely as it did before the sun came up. So, very comfortable here now. Don't know if you can hear the wind. There's just so many incredible campsites here. Look at this. Such amazing campsites, just spectacular out here, like a moonscape. So I got set up for a new camp. Only moved probably like 20 kilometers or so. I just needed somewhere with good cell service so I could get some work done. It's a spectacular day up here. The sun is very low because it's January, and basically it's gonna set around in an hour or so, in an hour and a half, I guess. It's 2 o'clock now, so gonna get some work done here, and it's completely quiet. It's gonna get down to minus 10 degrees Celsius, around that, so looks to be very comfortable next 24 hours. So the weather is so weird because it's gonna get warm. It's actually gonna get above freezing up here in a few days, and then it's gonna drop down to minus 30 in a week or so. So I saw some weather forecast for further north, and it looks like it's gonna get down to minus 35 or close to minus 40 again. Minus 40 degrees Celsius is the same as minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's where Celsius and Fahrenheit meet. So we'll see where I'll be by then. But now, let's get some work done. Well, there goes the sun already. It's 3:15. so it got down to minus 16. Oh, good morning. It's another gorgeous morning here in the mountains. It got down to minus 16 through the night. But over the next few days, it's gonna get pretty warm, I think. I saw that it was gonna go above freezing for a day, so could get really slippery then when it freezes again. So a few days after that, it's gonna get extremely cold again. It's gonna get below minus 30 up here. So I'm gonna start heading north now towards Lofoten. I'm gonna do that quite slowly. I have plenty of time. It's still January 10th. Got my coffee for the morning, the most important meal of the day. Amazing. I can feel how the sun is warming up the van from the side now. Finished one bottle of propane now. I'm on day 4 on this propane bottle. So I'm basically using more propane this winter than I did last. I keep the temperature a little bit higher because it's okay to use more propane, I guess. Also, I haven't been driving much. So when I have long days of driving, there's less propane usage. Getting questions all the time about the heater that I'm using and why I don't have a diesel heater. And the reason why I don't have a diesel heater is that this van came with a dual propane bottle system. And also diesel is much more expensive here in Norway. It would be much more expensive to use a diesel heater for the heating than it is using propane. That's a good reason. The bad thing is that you always need to refill these bottles or switch them, which is okay in Norway because you can switch them everywhere, but you cannot switch this kind of bottles in Sweden, for instance. So I have to go back to Norway to switch the bottles. The Truma Combi 4 that I'm using, it's a fully integrated heating system. It's the same if you use it on propane or if you use the diesel heater version. It sits in the same place and gives up the same kind of dry heat, which is preferable in a van. So there's no real advantage heating-wise to having diesel. Of course, you have the diesel fuel tank in place then, and you can use as much as you want to. But it is more expensive. Anyway, let's enjoy this morning and enjoy this coffee and have a look at the sun rising here. It's warming my cheek now. Gorgeous place. Hardangervidda. So downhill on icy roads is always fun. I do get a lot of questions about my tires and the drivetrain on my van here, and it is a front wheel drive, but I got amazing winter tires. It's from Nokian Hekkapalita or something like that, made in Finland, so they should know what they're doing. Front wheel drive versus four wheel drive. The one thing that is most important is the tires you use. If you have good winter tires, that's the most important thing. I drive with studless winter tires, which is completely fine, and I'd say 99% of the situations. If it's like pure ice with water on top, then you might need studs in your tires, but in conditions like that, I prefer to stay put and not drive it if it's really bad. The four-wheel drive will not save you if you lose the grip. Then it's just gonna keep sliding. It won't matter if you have four-wheel drive. The only thing that will matter then is the tires. So tires is more important than having a four-wheel drive. Of course, if you're stuck somewhere and stuff like that, you can get more easily out of that situation with four-wheel drive, but it's okay with front-wheel drive. If you watched the video from last year when I was completely buried in snow and I was kind of spinning my way out of that situation after I had been digging myself out, and a lot of people said, oh, you would have gotten much more easier out if you had a four-wheel drive. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can spin yourself out of a situation as long as you can move backwards and forwards. It's okay. You can go back and forth a little bit and just kind of get yourself out, even with front-wheel drive. So no need to put on chains unless you're gonna drive up an icy hill. Some people ask also why I didn't put chains on when I was kind of stuck, but it's really not necessary to spend all that time putting on the chains if you're just gonna get out of a snow pit. As long as you can get the van moving backwards or forwards, you'll get out. You don't need to do anything dramatic until you're like completely stuck. It's completely normal to just kind of shake your van back and forth and just kind of wiggle it out. That's just a few of my thoughts on drivetrain and tires and snow chains and all of that. As long as you're just careful, especially going downhill, I feel either going downhill on ice, or if you go uphill on something very steep so that you end up having to stop or something, that could be a little bit sketchy. So apart from that, you just have to drive according to the conditions. scenery with all this frost, the frost smoke, and the frost on the trees is just incredible. So beautiful. It's really cold down here. The air is still, so basically all the cold kind of drops down into the valleys right now. Amazingly beautiful. So I'm on some extremely steep grades, going down from Golsfjellet. It's 10 and 8%, and it's ice roads. So I basically just have to stay to the side here and go very slow, so that if I should lose the grip, I will just have to go straight into the snow, basically. Steep but beautiful. down in Valdres. It's extremely cold here. It's around -16. Well, it's not extreme, but I could feel when I drove down those icy roads. Oh, here's cheap gas. Gonna get that. Okay, I found a place to call camp here. It's not perfect, but it'll do. It's kind of a big parking lot by the road here, and not the greatest view, but there's a forest view, and as you can see, there's a pretty nice little coloring of the clouds going on here. Feels peaceful, and there's good cell service, so I can get some work done. But now, let's do some dinner. Pretty long drive today through some amazing winter scenery. So, very happy to be here. I'm going to be heading towards Lillehammer and over to Rondane and further on to Dovre, I guess. We'll have to see what the weather says. Sriracha. Mayo. Then I'm gonna add one of these burger steaks. Ooh. Put it in the pan. Look at that loveliness. That's a pretty fun little dish right there. It's like a, I don't know what it is, burger thing. Fantastic. That is so good. Okay, I'm on the road again. It's still very cold. It looks like there's like 10 degrees difference between down in the valleys and higher up. Icy roads. Gonna be a storm tonight in the mountains where I'm heading. Driving a new road today that I've never driven before, and kind of excited to see these new places here. It's really beautiful out here. Gonna pass Lillehammer today and go up into the mountains beyond that. Wow, this is quite incredible. What a view. Well, that was a huge disappointment. They've closed all this road for stopping. Not allowed to stop anywhere because of reindeer. So this nice guy in the plowing truck, he allowed me to spend the night here on this parking lot here that is actually for the plow trucks to turn around. So I'm good for the night here, which was very nice. It's getting dark now and I really wanted to park in this area here. It's gonna be a big storm through the night or tomorrow, but I'm pretty sheltered in the trees here, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna feel much of it. I got a few cinnamon buns for lunch today. That's good. It's 3:30 and it's getting dark. And the wind is picking up, but feeling very sheltered in here, so no problem. Well, good morning. Looks like the road across the mountain was closed last night. Snow plowing trucks up here now, and it's windy, so it's probably a big storm going on up on the mountain there. So I had a plan of backtracking and going over to Jotunheimen today, but that's not gonna happen. So I'm either gonna stay here and wait out this storm, or I'm gonna head up towards Rondane, and maybe I'll circle back around Rondane and go over to Jotunheimen. I don't know yet. I'll know much more once I've had my coffee. Cheers. That's good. Gonna reply to some comments. Thank you so much to everyone who comments and likes and engages. Really appreciate it. Here comes the sun finally. It's 11:30. You can see it over here that the road is still closed. Well, apparently the road remains closed until 8 tonight at least. That's when they do another consideration. So the other cars that were waiting here left. I'm still considering whether to just stay here and drive over back to Jotunheimen tomorrow, or if I'm gonna move up north along Rondane. Look at those clouds. That's incredible. Probably time to get a time lapse.
Inside passage through some of the most amazing waterways of North America back down to Washington.
Yep, it's open. They're going. I'm gonna wait until tomorrow. Okay, I'm on the road again after 2 days parked down at the bottom of this mountain plateau here. I decided to head west again and go to Jotunheimen. There's a few days of like medium cold and some stormy weather, and I wanted to experience that from this side of Dovrefjell, and then I'm gonna head north. There's a little bit of a snowdrift over the mountain here, so this is beautiful and fun. I wonder what it's like in Jotunheimen. Just wanted to see that in winter. I haven't been to Jotunheimen in winter before, so I wanted to kind of get feeling for that. I'm really surprised at how little snow there is up here. Either it's all blown away in the hurricanes, or there hasn't been much snow coming down yet. It's still early in January, so the big snowfall hasn't happened yet. Still beautiful though. Well, good morning. It is January 14th, and I've been out for a week now on my Arctic winter tour for 2024. Just started snowing. It's the first snow I've had this week, and it's gonna be windy as well, so might become a snowstorm or a blizzard, but I'm not quite sure because the weather forecast keeps changing. I'm in Jotunheimen now, close to Gjende, on the eastern side of Jotunheimen. I might spend a day here working on video, or I might continue north. There's no people up here now. Only seen 2 cars pass this morning. Definitely not season yet. Check out my new ambient lights here. Mounted those yesterday. Okay, I decided it's time to head out of here. Spent the morning getting some work done, and now I'm gonna head north. Snowing a little bit here. It's supposed to snow a lot further north, so just gonna chase the snow now. This area at this time of the year was kind of uninteresting, so gonna keep going. Okay, I slipped straight out of the road here. That is no good. I don't think there's any way I'm gonna get out of there without getting towed. So I think I need to call a tow truck or call my insurance. That's probably the best way to do it. Well, so much for an adventure. Yeah, it's very deep here. The snow. So much for being the nice guy and letting someone past. Better call the insurance. Okay, so I drove off. I was letting a car pass me, and that just took me too far off the road. So here I am. Several cars have stopped asking if I'm okay, which I am. I've spoken to the insurance company, and they're sending a tow truck, so I might just have to wait a few hours. It's a little bit inconvenient because the whole van is leaning to the side here, but anyway, let's go out again and have a look. So here you can see I drove to the side of the road to let that car slip past, and you can see it's just like I went off the tarmac here just slightly, and it just pulled me further and further off. It's actually not that slippery. It was just that I got off the tarmac and into the snow there, pulled me off the side of the road. That was just like a slow slide off the road. I was probably doing just a couple of kilometers an hour. No speed whatsoever. this is kind of funny because I get a lot of questions asked if people stop to ask if I'm okay when I'm parked beside the road. And people don't do that in Norway because people are parked next to the road everywhere all the time. But now, when I'm off the road here, everyone stops. So now every single car has stopped and asked if I'm okay. So this is the difference between asking just randomly and asking when there's actually a situation where somebody might need help. In a country where there's snow all the time, it's not common at all to stop and ask people if they're just parked. But as soon as something like this happens, people do stop. So the wind is supposed to pick up. Might be towed up in a snowstorm here. So I have the engine running. It's nice and cozy and warm in here. Only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is the angle of the van. So I don't know if there's solid ground on the downside. So I'm just not walking around in the van. I should have gotten the hook for the tow hook from the back of the van, but I don't really want to move around in here when it's at an angle. So I'm just gonna wait for the tow truck, which should be maybe half an hour away now. The exhaust is on this side, so it's open and it's not gonna be blocked, so I can keep the engine running. And it's blowing up. Here you can see my track as I got off the road slightly as I was letting that car pass, and then there was no chance of getting back on again. So a very controlled stop there. Here it comes. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so we're up. That was quick and easy. Doesn't look like there's any damage, so that's awesome. I'll show you the tracks here. You can see that it's almost impossible to get up by yourself. Well, death of a plow stick. That was a fun little adventure. I got the tow truck behind me now, so probably gonna let him past. He's probably a faster driver than I am, but it's good to have him behind here. So that is actually the first time I drive off the road on snow conditions, I think. I've never swerved off because of ice and snow on the roads before. So that's the first one. Luckily it was very slow speed, so no damage to the van, it looks like. We'll see if something pops up later. I hope not. Got an 8% decline down off the mountain here. It's pretty dry, but there are some spots with ice, so need to be very careful here. 10% here. This is basically dry ice. Alright, made it down. So now I'm gonna go and find one of my favorite camp spots. Well, good morning. It is 10 o'clock. It's getting colder. It's minus 12.5 right now. Had a good night's sleep. Had to get up in the middle of the night and switch propane bottles. That's always fun. Expecting it to get much colder now over the coming few days. A thin sprinkling of new snow on the van this morning, and that always makes me happy. Time for morning coffee. Cheers. It's getting colder and colder. Was supposed to be around -9 now. I'm in Oppdal. Gonna drive in and see if my camp is still here. Camp I used last year that I really liked. It's getting really cold now. It's minus 17 degrees Celsius. Let's see how cold it gets. It's very calm now and no wind, so could get very cold. So this is where I like to stay. Let's see if I can get in through this snow here. All good. I wonder what direction I should face. I'm gonna check if there's gonna be aurora, northern lights tonight before I choose my direction. Oh, it's cold. Getting very cold now. I said minus 17, but it's minus 19.3 now. Keeps dropping fast. It's like it drops 1 degree every minute now. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. So while this extreme cold is going on outside, it's time to make dinner. I got some chicken today, and I'm gonna make some chicken burritos with avocado. Well, this is the coldest so far this year. It's minus 23 now. I fear it could get down to minus 30. Now, time for some food here. Get this burrito going. It's been a while since I ate chicken. Nice. Love it. They never seem to be able to get the cold forecast right. When the forecast is cold, it always gets colder than what they forecast. Yeah, it's freezing on the inside of the windows now. That's quite rare. Okay, it's 6:30-ish, and temperature just dropped to minus 27.3 a few minutes ago, and now it's fluctuating back and forth. We're at 10 degrees colder than the forecast, so I need to start making sure that I'm alert, and might have to restart my van a few times through the night now if this is the way it's going. We might be reaching minus 30 if it keeps going like this, and it's kind of weird with the forecast. It only said minus 17. That happens a lot of the times when it's a cold forecast, then it sometimes gets much colder than the forecast says. So I'm gonna restart my van now. It's been 3 hours since I parked. Gonna restart it and let it run so that I keep the engine warm. So I need to show you something here. So the instrument panel says -15. That's always like 10 degrees off. And here I have this sensor outside and it says -25. So usually the instrument panel on my van is 10 degrees too warm, which is kind of a bummer because there's really no way to tell when you're out driving how cold it really is. No problem starting now after 3 hours parked, so I'm gonna let it run now for a little bit. Then I'll just keep restarting it every few hours. It is crazy cold. I'm gonna open the hood and add some insulation so that the heat stays inside the engine. It's 9 in the evening and we got -28 outside. Still the lowest that we got. And the heater is going really hard. I'm nice and warm inside here, but I'm probably using a lot of propane now. Which is actually fine because it's not that expensive. Really excited to see how low it gets through the night. Okay, we had -29. It is time to start the engine again. It's 11:15. It's been 3 hours. Still no problem there. Gonna let it run for half an hour or so. It's -29.3 now. It's quite incredible how cold it got here. Okay, it's a little bit past 2 in the morning. It's time to start the engine again. See how it goes. Well, no problem there. Gonna let it run for half an hour now. Gonna put the alarm on so that I don't fall asleep. It is 6 in the morning and it's time to start the engine again. So no trouble at all getting it to start. Well, good morning. It is 9:30 and it's minus 20 degrees outside. It got down to minus 29.3. That is mighty cold. What a spectacular morning. Well, I better head inside again before I let out all the warm. Well, it's not that warm inside. It's 7 degrees now, but warming it up. That was a pretty cold night. Minus 29.3 degrees Celsius is around minus 21 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's the coldest I've had it in the van, and it worked fine with getting up through the night and starting the engine. So I was able to stay warm and I was able to keep my van alive. I do not have an engine block heater, so I need to take these measures so that I can get the van started without straining the engine too much. I also got a Noco battery starter or jump starter that I got this Christmas, and I have that for backup, but I'd rather not use it. I'd rather run the engine every now and then. So, made my coffee. I'm gonna do some work here, and I'm just gonna look at weather forecasts, and I'm gonna see what it's gonna be like here and what it's gonna be like further north. I might be moving north now, so we'll see. Cheers, my friends. You can't beat the light you get when it's this cold. And the quiet. Okay, it's time to get out of here. It's nearly 1 o'clock, and it's gonna stay cold like this for a few more days, looks like. So I'm just gonna drive north. I'm very happy how my van performed in this extreme cold. It's good to know that I can keep the engine warm through a day of this or more. So now it's running like a clockwork. Well, good morning. We got a fresh dusting of snow. It's quite beautiful. And it insulates the van a little bit better. I just have to check that the sunroof with the ventilation is cleared. That'll be the one over there. I'm actually planning to do a little stunt here to clear that area of snow. I'm gonna use the drone. Let's see how that goes. Nah, that didn't really work. I was hoping that wind generated by the propellers would clear the snow around the sunroof over there, but it didn't work, so... Well, nice try. Got my morning coffee, and it's snowing outside. A light dusting. It's beautiful. I just love waking up to mornings when it's snowing. I've driven a bit further north. I'm just between Snåsa and Grong now, and I'm making my way up towards Lofoten. Gonna see if I can make a stop on the big mountain plateau called Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain. It's a very exposed and harsh area, so right now it's closed. It's also minus 30 degrees up there, so I don't want to go up quite yet. I'm hoping to stay up there in a few days. Absolutely crazy. And then I'll drive down to Bodø and take the ferry over to Lofoten. That's the plan so far. Plans change with the weather, so I just take it day by day and see where I end up. It's a beautiful cold day. It's gonna be a beautiful drive today going north. Very icy roads here, but it's cold, so it's dry ice. Here's the sand truck. Guessing it is too cold for salt, so they're putting on sand now, which I prefer. There's some mad shaking on these roads. It's all the ice that has been kind of cut up and just creates this checkerboard road basically. So it's just shaking and shaking. This is one of those situations where you should definitely have less pressure in the tires. So this seems to be working very well. I'm able to keep my temperature up inside, and it's holding. Good morning. Didn't expect it to get this cold. Minus 23, that's just a little bit below what I had hoped for. But hopefully my van will start well anyway. Beautiful, clear morning up here now. Gonna start the van and let it run for a little bit. As soon as it gets below minus 20, I'm getting a little bit concerned about starting the van, so gonna get it running now. Oh, it started, no problem there. A little bit slower than it usually is, but nothing to be concerned about. So I'm just gonna let it run until it's getting warm. Start making coffee and get this day started. So now you can see my lithium battery is below freezing. So it's not charging right now. You can see the current and power is at 0. But this should start the heat system inside the lithium battery, so it should be heating up now, and it should soon start charging as soon as it gets above freezing here. Cheers, my friends. So I have this little kind of wellness hack that I use when I'm out here planning stuff and I'm feeling tired in the morning. I always have this rule that I will not plan anything or make any decisions until I've had my first cup of coffee. I know that after the first cup of coffee, my mind changes and I get much more inspired and energized to get started with planning and stuff like that. So I just leave everything out and I just wait until I've had that cup of coffee. So the most important meal of the day. Didn't expect it to get this cold. It's as usual 5 degrees colder than it is on the forecast. Stay frosty. Okay, a little bit of a change of plans. I'm gonna do a little detour into Sweden. Gonna head up over the mountains to Hemmeland, and then I'm gonna circle back to Norway and go up on Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain. It's mighty cold around here now, so I don't know where I'm gonna end up camping for the night, but the plan is to be up on the mountain between Norway and Sweden. So that should be exciting. Wow, what a scenery. Look at those mountains up here. That's just beautiful. And this river, it's smoking. That means that the river is warmer than the air. Nice. Pure ice up here in the mountains. It's dry ice, so it's not super bad, but gotta be careful. It's so cold. So this valley is called Hattfjelldal, Hat Mountain Valley. I wonder where it got its name from. Wow, what an incredible scenery up here, high up under the border with Sweden. Gonna keep climbing up into the mountains and then cross the border and then go over to Hemavan. Just incredible up here. I'm now only like 100 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle, 60 miles south of the Arctic Circle. Not gonna cross the Arctic Circle today, but that's the plan, to do that tomorrow, crossing the Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain. It's pretty far north now, of course, so it's 2:30 now and the sun is going down, which is, I would love to have a little bit more daylight so I could see more up here, but this light here, like the constant sunset and sunrise, is just spectacular. we got minus 30 degrees Celsius again. I got a warning on my drone saying that it was too cold and it was gonna land. So I got it down just in time. That is a new experience to me, but I was always curious how low it would go. So I can only imagine how cold it must have been, like I guess I was 20 meters above ground, and it's moving fast as well, so probably minus 35 degrees Celsius up there. I'm gonna be late getting into Hemavan. Gonna do some shopping there. It's always cheaper to get good stuff in Sweden than in Norway, and also the diesel is cheaper here. Got about 30 more kilometers to go until I'm in Hemavan, so that's like 16 miles, something like that. But I'm gonna continue back towards Norway because it's just too cold up here. It's just not a good temperature to be camping in the van, and minus 30 is too much. I can do it like I did in Oppdal 5 days ago, but it's not comfortable really when you have to get up in the night and restart the van and stuff like that. Anyway, it's beautiful here up on the mountain on the borderlands between Norway and Sweden, just south of the Arctic Circle. Well, that's cold. That's a new record for me, actually. I put a sensor outside to see how cold it really is. No wonder my drone said stop. Minus 33.5 degrees Celsius. That's the lowest temperature I've ever measured in my van here. So I'm in Hemavan, got some shopping done. It's officially too cold here now. I can feel my transmission fluid is starting to get frozen. It's really like hard to do the clutch and the transmission. So I'm gonna head back into Norway now. I filled up with cheap diesel and some cheap food. And I'm just gonna head over to a little bit warmer climate. This is just too much for being in a van. You can feel things starting to go wrong if you stay here too long. So I'm gonna head over the mountains towards the ocean side. The sun has gone down and it might be a beautiful drive. I'm hoping I get to see some, that it doesn't get too dark. What a scenery. You can see why this is named the Blue Road, Blå vägen. You're basically driving towards the blue. So that was a bit much for the battery. Doesn't look like it's been taking any charge today, and when I stopped the temperature was down to -4. It's supposed to have built-in heat, so don't know what's happening here. It's been extremely cold. Now that I stopped, it's up to 0 degrees, and I can see went up from 13.36 to 13.38 now. So I'll let the engine run for a little bit. It should do better than this with that heat built in. Or maybe it's just too cold. When it's nearly -35 degrees, maybe that's just too much. It's sitting on the floor, so it's extremely cold down there. That was an extremely beautiful drive, and the most cold thing I've ever done, I think. -33.7 degrees Celsius. That's just crazy. I'm gonna set up camp here, and the forecast is changing. It's getting super cold really fast now. So let's talk a little bit about safety. I know a lot of you are interested in that and how I solve my safety issues. I have several layers of redundancies. First thing is the van, of course, with the heating system. Number 2 is, of course, the heating system in the van itself that could be used if you can start the van. I have my cell phone. There's really good service everywhere in Sweden and Norway, so it's very rare to not have cell service. So you can always call someone. You can call the tow truck, which is usually through the insurance company, which is doing a really good job. Another layer I have of safety redundancy is getting out my backpacking and camping gear. I have 2 tents with me, 2 winter tents, and I have 2 sleeping bags. One of the sleeping bags is rated at minus 35 degrees Celsius comfort, and that's a Western Mountaineering sleeping bag. Also, I have all my winter gear with me here, so that includes 2 stoves, one that runs on gasoline and one that runs on propane. I also have winter sleeping pads. I got 5 blankets and 1 winter comforter, woolen sweaters, winter pants, base layers, all that kind of stuff. I got 2 pairs of skis with boots, and I could pretty much be self-sufficient out here in winter land for several weeks probably. I've got freeze-dried food and food for being in the backcountry as well. So all in all, I think that I would be able to survive out here in almost any conditions. So that's my kind of safety net that I always bring with me in winter out here. If one layer of safety should fail, I have another one waiting. Good morning. It started snowing through the night, so it's warmed up considerably. It's minus 7 degrees outside now, and it is snowing. Beautiful. Got a big concern with my battery here. It is still not showing anything. It shows that it's using power now, but it's still at 85%, same that it was at when I went to bed. And I don't know what's going on here. I'm hoping it's just the app that's not working. I'm gonna see if I can get the temperature up again, but now it's -1. And that's too cold for charging. Yesterday it went up to 3 degrees and it was still not charging. So I don't know what's going on here. So I'm guessing I have to use my backup power source for the computer and stuff like that. I have an EcoFlow power station. I'm not going to use much of the van's battery for heavy purpose so that I can at least run the heater. So we'll see. I'm gonna go somewhere with internet. I have no internet here, and I'm gonna check on the ScanBet support page and see if I can get any answers there. Well, look here. It's been so cold that the water that was left in my kettle has frozen to solid ice. It was sitting in a cupboard at the bottom here. And this is also frozen. Wow. Pretty stuff. There's a lot of traffic here yesterday with these cars coming and parking to go to their cabins. Most of them were bringing or renting snowmobiles. Kind of concerned about that battery. I'm not very happy about it not showing any numbers that make sense. Let's hope it starts working properly as soon as it gets warm again. It has been extremely cold on the floor level of the van, so that might have caused it. Of course that caused it, but I did expect it to survive with the built-in heat and everything. With all this stuff frozen, my vinegar and my coffee kettle and everything that was sitting on the lower shelves of the cupboard, it's kind of the reason why I do not have any water in the tanks inside my van. Even though I never let it below freezing, I always keep heat in here. stuff freezes along the walls and along the floors, and you could see with the battery as well. So, you know, if you're gonna be out here for some time and know that the weather is gonna be harsh, your water is gonna freeze in the tanks. The only thing that doesn't freeze is the toilet, the cassette toilet, because that's basically inside the toilet compartment or the toilet room, and the toilet room is the one place that stays the warmest. This is the mining town of Mo i Rana. Just below the Arctic Circle here now. This is awesome. So I got power here. I can try to make the batteries work again if I don't snow in, but this is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. So got power over here. Probably gonna be alone here now. Okay, since I now got electricity, I can run this space heater here and just warm up the battery as much as possible so that it'll start accepting charge again. Okay, yes, so that worked. Now you can see the temperature of the battery is 5 degrees and it's charging 231 watts and 16.8 amp hours. So it's gone up from 84% to 85. And it's gonna take 1 hour 28 minutes to charge. So that's very good. Now I feel relieved here. There's the first time for everything, and this is the first time my battery got so cold, even though it's got heat built in, that it would not take any charge. There's some heating built in that should warm up the battery enough for it to take charge, but I guess it's just been too cold. But now I'm connected to electricity, so I'm able to use this heater on electricity that warms up the battery, and now it looks like it's all good. I was just 1 degree below where it's taking charge. I was kind of worried that I would have to go to the shop or abort my adventure here, but now everything's good. So very relieved now. It's always good to make new experiences, but I had higher hopes for those batteries, but I did not expect to be in minus 34 degrees Celsius. It's a good adventure so far, and I'm super happy with this spot here, and it's a really affordable place to to camp. It's 230 Norwegian kroner with electricity, and that is $20, 20 euros. That's not bad at all. It's really cool to be right by the ocean here. Very happy that that problem was solved. It's one of those things that you really need to have in order, your batteries. It's a marina. So no open service buildings, but I still think this is an excellent offer. So I'm gonna put it on my YouTube members map that I post for those of you who are signed up as members on my channel, and also on my Patreon page for those who are signed up there, so that you can find it. It's just outside of Mo i Rana, and it's basically just on the water here, and it's 230 kroner, including electricity, but no other services now in winter. This is my temperature sensor that I keep outside when I'm parked. So now I'm gonna head up and over the notorious Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain, and I'm gonna cross into the Arctic. There's a lot of weather on the forecast, so I hope it's open. Let's go and have a look. Now I think we start with the real climbing up on the mountain itself. This should be exciting. There's a lot of wind, but not like a big storm yet. So the mountain is open. Danger of reindeer. So now we're actually on the Salt Mountain, Saltfjellet. It's amazing up here. It's 2 o'clock, it's getting dark, and we should be passing through the Arctic Circle pretty soon. Wow, this is amazing. incredible place. This is a barren landscape. uh. Pretty cool. So I'm crossing into the Arctic Circle right now. Awesome road. Officially in the Arctic now. This is just awesome. So pretty up here. Got about 9 kilometers to go to where I was planning to camp, but I'll just take anywhere I can find up here really. It's so pretty. Here comes the train. think this looks like great camp. It's cool to be back in the Arctic again. It's so amazingly beautiful up here. So today or tonight and tomorrow morning it's gonna be kind of windy, but nothing bad. But later tomorrow it's gonna be a big storm. It's gonna be 28 meters a second winds, which is like 5 below hurricanes. So might have to get off the mountain here before that. Have to see. So it's my first time up here on Saltfjellet, and it's pretty spectacular up here. The wind is quite heavy right now, it's shaking the van, but I'm parking facing the wind, so it's not as bad as if I had a side wind or something like that. Anyway, it's only like nearly 3, it's dark outside, and very short days up here. Of course, we're in the Arctic now, so during the winter the days are short. The wind is howling, the van is shaking, and I guess there's a storm going on outside, so I'm gonna walk out and take a look at it. Pretty awesome weather. Loving this. I got a new microphone, so I'm trying to get the sound to be better from the wind. But this is what it's like in the Arctic. Going crazy here now. It's cold. It's cold even though it's not that cold. It's only like minus 11 degrees Celsius, but this wind is really doing something. So, kind of fun. I can feel my beard is frozen, which is pretty cool. Arctic weather. Better get in and start cozying up a little bit. Glad I drove up here. Love weather like this. That was cold. Feel like an iceman now. Whew, let's get off this without getting snow in the whole van. I'm so glad to be inside again. That was pretty harsh out there. Don't know if you can hear the wind now, but it's howling. The van is shaking and my heater is going full time. Well, good morning. A storm is raging outside and the van is shaking like crazy. Gonna get up and have a look and see what I'm gonna do. Arctic storm. I have this new mic that is mounted here, and it kind of kills the wind noise, I think. This is pretty awesome. I feel like Han Solo now. Actually look like Han Solo, I think, with this jacket here. So I just looking for my town here, and also scouting for Imperial spy drones. This is awesome. So first day in the Arctic, and it's a big storm, which is pretty cool. I need to see if I'm gonna get out of here or not. Woo! So I think I'm gonna be backing up a little bit. It's gonna get much worse. So I'm gonna be backing up to this structure here and get a little bit in shelter. This building has a little bit of a shelter from the direction of the wind. So it should take some of the worst off the van. So it looks like the wind direction will stay the same. So if I could just move over here, yeah, that should help a little bit. Okay, I think it's time to get inside and make some coffee actually. It's a little past 9 and I haven't had my coffee. Sheltered on this side. might be a good idea to actually get out of here before the really bad stuff happens. Okay, since it's going off quite heavily and it's gonna get much worse, I'm gonna head down the side of the mountain a little bit and see if I can find a place with a little bit more shelter. If I can just find something to park behind, that would be good. This is gonna be terrible. If I can see anything on the road, that is. It's so crazy outside now. Some quite extraordinary conditions. I'm so glad that this was what I found when I drove across into the Arctic. A real Arctic storm. So I have an empty toilet and full bottles of propane and plenty of food. So as long as my van doesn't capsize, I'm good. So here's a parking lot, but there's not gonna be any shelter there. Yeah, so that's not happening. Keep going. Well, there are some trees here. That'll help a lot if I can find a spot with shelter from the trees. Maybe this could work. Yeah, this feels much better. Behind these bushes here, it's helping a lot. Yeah, I think I'll stop here for coffee at least. I think that helped a lot with the bushes there basically. It's just kind of taking off some of the worst. Here, still going off. I just got a notification on my phone that the road I'm on is closed. Time to make some of the most important meal of the day, coffee. Cheers, my friends. It's pretty crazy what's going on outside here now. It's a complete whiteout right now. I'm glad I came down a little bit. Only 3 kilometers actually. A mile and a half. The whole van is still shaking. Incredible stuff. So I'm just staying here until tomorrow, I guess, since the road is now closed anyway. Wow, it is so crazy over here. Have a look. I could get completely snowed in here, or like become part of a snowdrift, because the snowdrift always happen on the shelter side of objects, so I could become part of this wind drift. That would be cool. We'll see you tomorrow. Just enjoy this storm for now and coffee. Okay, so we're looking at 31 meters a second right now, but now it's a total whiteout. here. That is crazy. So this camera can't handle this weather, so I gotta switch into my other camera here. Wow, incredible. That's the worst I've ever experienced, I think. So it's actually just 2 meters a second below hurricane now, so quite crazy. But I feel perfectly safe here. My van feels perfectly safe placed here, so that's good. Crazy. Loving this. It's pretty harsh. I should have had my ski goggles. Definitively. Wow, this is intense. Really intense. how about that? That's a lot of blizzard out there. Oh man. Just wow. I had to make another cup of coffee after being out in that. It's such an incredible experience to be outside and just feel the elements. It's so nice to have a cup of warm coffee when I get inside. Well, the van is shaking a lot. It's good to park into the wind when it gets really bad because it's much more stable in the wind direction. I guess we're at the peak of this blizzard. It's just below hurricane force actually, which is a little bit more than what was forecast yesterday. But it's fine. It doesn't feel scary or dangerous up here at the moment. So cool. Might have to dig myself out tomorrow though. So the weather is easing up a little bit and they're actually doing a convoy across the mountain here now. I'm gonna try to film that if one of them pass me by here. I have a pretty good view of the road. Comes the convoy. That's a lot of cars. It's time for dinner. Today I'm gonna try something new and I'm gonna make a falafel. I'm feeling really hungry now, so it's gonna be nice to have some food. Okay. Let's see how this is gonna taste. It's all vegetarian today, which I prefer sometimes. That's pretty nice. Cheers, my friends.